Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be.
Go ahead and turn it over to Vice Chair Stefano.
Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is the Commission for Independent Education. My name is Troy Stefano. I'm serving as Vice Chair. Today is July 31st, 2025. Ms. Hood, could we please have a roll call?
Yes, Commissioner Williams. Commissioner Stefano.
Present.
Commissioner Marty. Commissioner Marty.
Present.
Commissioner Caballero.
Present.
Commissioner Batista.
Present.
And Commissioner Litvack.
Present.
All right. It's now time for the Pledge of Allegiance. pledge allegiance to the flag
of the
of the
United
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation, under God,
with
indivisible,
and
with
justice.
liberty, justice for all. All right, good morning, and thank you for joining us. This meeting has two viewing options as follows. Please use option 1 if you only wish to view the meeting. You can navigate to the Commission's agenda information webpage and click on the webcast link available for today. Today's agenda addresses non-degree granting institutions. These links will direct you to a live video feed of the meeting that will be used for viewing purposes only. This option does not allow anyone to communicate with the Commission staff. Please use option 2 if you will need to communicate with the Commission during today's meeting, including institutions on the agenda. You can navigate again to the webcast links referenced a moment ago and locate the Zoom webinar registration link under the video link. And there are separate registrations for yesterday's session versus today's session. And during the lead up to the start of the meeting, as you heard in the recording, there are a few things that you should consider when on the line. A separate registration is required for each user as shared logins are not permitted. When registering, please enter your school name as it appears on the agenda in the designated organization box. So this will assist in trying to identify you during the meeting and be able to unmute you and so you could speak. The confirmation email contains instructions for dialing into the webinar for users who wish to dial in. If your school is called, please raise your digital hand and unmute yourself, introduce yourself, your name, your role, and anyone else on the call. During the meeting, please ensure your devices remain muted unless you are speaking with the Commission. It's recommended that only one device be in the same room at one time. If multiple devices are nearby, there'll be a feedback loop and then we can't really hear you. And for users who use the dial-in feature, you can press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute your phone. And for technical assistance with using Zoom, please see the Zoom technical support website link identified on the CIE website. So thank you for joining us today and welcome. Due to this meeting's virtual format, we will forego the instructions of visitors. We ask that any individual speaking of the Commission on behalf of an institution to please state your full name, your role at the institution, and anyone else on the call. Next on the agenda are final orders. There are 4 items in this section. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So move.
Second.
First and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion to consider them by consent passes. I'll now ask each commissioner and Director Hurst if there are any institutions that they would like to pull. Director Hurst?
Number 3, please.
3, okay. Commissioner Marty?
Number 3 also.
Commissioner Levesque?
No additional.
Commissioner Batista?
No additional.
Commissioner Caballero? Okay, you're muted, but I could read your lips there. I think you said no additional.
No additional, apologies.
All right, yeah, thank you. And I have none additional as well. Are there any public comments regarding institutions 1, 2, and 4 on this list? Okay. Hearing none, may I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for, well, yeah, I don't think that's actually the right phrasing for this, is it? Yeah, okay, it is staff recommendation for these. All right. To adopt staff recommendation for institutions 1, 2, and 4.
Motion. Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries for institutions 1, 2, and 4. So now we'll turn to institution 3, which was pulled. That is Onyx Nail Academy, number 10151.
Vice
If anyone
Chair,
is here from the...
Vice Chair
Sure.
Stefano, hi, I'm sorry. I believe that there should be an additional vote on a motion to delegate to the chair authority to sign the final orders for institutions 1, 2, and 4.
Okay. let's see here. Can I have a motion for the aforementioned resolution?
Motion made. Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you. And so I believe now we turn to institution number 3. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, perfect. So if there's anyone on the call for Onyx Now Academy, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
I believe I see Miss Hughes in the line, but she has not yet unmuted herself. Miss Hughes, if you would like to speak, if you could unmute yourself, we'd appreciate it. Miss Hughes, please unmute yourself if you would like to speak to the commission. And commissioners, we can see Miss Hughes on the screens, and we have unmuted her on our side, but we have instructed her to unmute herself, but we do not hear anything on our side either.
Okay. So Ms. Hughes, if you're on the line, there should be a little microphone icon, and it has a red line through it. If you click on it, it should remove that red line, which will unmute you. Could you try that?
If you can give her just a minute, it looks like she logged back off, so she may try to log back on. So just give us one moment.
Sure.
Miss Hughes, if you attempt to join the meeting using any other phone number that does not have your name attached, please go ahead and raise your hand. Commissioners, we don't have anything at this point. Oh, wait, we found her. Ms. Hughes, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi. Somehow I was disconnected. I don't know what happened here. So I missed it. I don't know. I know they said something about 1, 2, and 4, and I missed it after that. But I do have a question. But I don't know what was said. What was said in 1, 2, and 4 in reference to 1, 2, and 4.
So, Ms. Hughes, you didn't miss anything yet. We have gone ahead, or the commissioners have voted to approve the final orders for 1, 2, and 4. So now we have pulled number 3, which is your institution Onyx Now Academy, for further discussion. And commissioners, if I may for a moment, just go ahead and introduce a new face that you see on your screen. This is Ms. Jamie Braun. She is providing neutral counsel to you commissioners today, and Mr. Junta, who is here to my left, is speaking his capacity of administrative prosecutor of this matter. So just wanted to draw attention that we do have an additional attorney on the line. Thank you, Ms. Braun, for joining us this morning. And then Ms. Hughes, if you could go ahead and introduce yourself as well as your affiliation with the school for the record.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Raquel Hughes. I am the CEO and the founder of Onyx Nail Academy. Yes, and hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay. Okay, sorry. I said my name is Raquel. Raquel Heath.
I'm sorry. There's like a little bit of an echo in. I'm not sure if maybe the reception is bad where you're at, but it's very hard to hear you.
I think it is. Hold on. Can you hear me now? Because I got rid of the devices that were in the room, like you guys
Okay.
have. So can you hear me?
A little bit better. There's
Is it
less
better?
feedback. I mean, it's still a little low, but yeah. Please proceed.
Okay, yes, sir. Well, I was explaining that I am the founder, CEO, and the director of Onyx Nail Academy.
Thank you for joining us. Is there anything that you would like to share with the commission as we discuss your institution?
Yes, sir. I had a couple of discrepancies that were on the school. I have a few questions, but first I'd like to tell you that all the documentation that has been given, it has been given to the program specialists that were assigned to the school at the time. And nothing has changed. So initially, I know they asked me for, as it pertains to the financial statements, the only thing that was requested was a cover letter. And so a cover letter was given. It wasn't until the hearing was scheduled that a new program specialist came aboard, Mr. Jason Bowman, who later discovered that he did not have that the balance sheet was missing. Turns out, I ended up getting my CPA to redo it, and it was actually in there. So I don't know how it was not it wasn't there because it was just a document. And the only other thing was $11.40 for the student protection fund. So with the student protection fund fee, I ended up sending it again. However, I was informed that there was an overpayment, and because I overpaid, I thought that they would have taken that overpayment and just applied it to $11.40 of it towards that. So later I just went ahead and I submitted it.
Yep. Well,
Along
thank
with
you
the
for. Does that complete your statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So the commission has before us a packet with the transcripts and the recommended order stemming from the DOA hearings. I'd like to direct the commissioners to the list of findings of fact that in your packets are begin at page 5 and following. And so I believe at this point, my inclination is to adopt the recommendation that is outlined here, based upon the facts that are disclosed. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Dr. Hurst, is there any further discussion needed?
There is not.
There's not. Okay. So I'd like to have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for this institution.
Motion.
First. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Motion carries.
Well,
Dr. Hurst, do we also need a motion like we did for items 1, 2, and 4?
We do. So if we could have a motion to delegate authority to the chair to sign the final orders, we'd appreciate that as well.
All right. Do we have a motion, please?
Motion. Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I think that the evidence and the documents and transcripts speak for themselves, and it wouldn't be a good use of our time or resources to indulge it further.
sir, I have a couple of questions. Can I ask those now or?
Please proceed.
You said yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
First question is, when does the actual application expire?
Director Hurst, maybe you could walk her through what the next steps would be after today's meeting so that she could properly understand the ramifications and next steps.
Thank you. So this will be the final order, and part of the final order states that Onyx Nell Academy shall cease and desist any advertising, soliciting, or recruiting students, collecting fees or tuition from or on behalf of students, and offering programs of study which are under the purview of the Commission, except for the purposes of teaching out the students enrolled in the institution as the date of this order, in compliance with Rule 6E-2.0016 Florida Administrative Code. It is further ordered that Onyx Nell Academy shall conduct an orderly closure pursuant to Section 1005.36 Florida statutes and Rule 6E-2.009 Florida Administrative Code. So what that means, we will have a staff member contact Ms. Hughes regarding the appropriate way to close her school, and we will have request certain documentation from her, including student records, in order to effectively or orderly close out her institution.
Ms. Hughes, I hope that clarifies your question.
Well, it actually doesn't, but thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. All right, I believe that moves us on to Section A, institutions ordered to appear back before the Commission. There are none in this section. Moving on to Section B, application for provisional license. These will be taken individually. The first on the list is Advantage Health Training Center, number 13260. If there's anyone here from this institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call. Does it appear like there's someone from this institution here?
Yes.
Okay, great.
I can hear something very lightly. So if you are speaking at this point, if you could turn up your microphone or speak a little closer to the phone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, there you are. Thank you.
My name is Wadeline Omerle. I am the educational advisor for Advantage Medical Center. We also have Wesmore Omerle here, who is the program director and CEO, and Rodrigo Omerle, who is the vice chair and treasurer.
Great. Thank you. So maybe you could tell us a little bit about your institution and the value that you're hoping to bring to students. I'd like to ask institutions when they first apply for provisional license, what is your value proposition? If students are considering all the different schools on the market in the areas that you're offering programs, what is distinctive about your institution and what value does it add? So maybe you could tell us a little bit about that.
Good morning, Omelette. Thanks for having us this morning. We basically study school because we have a lot of demands in our sector, where some people want to go to school and in our area. That's why it's very important for us to make sure they have a school they can come. We provide them education, they can work in the nursing field.
Okay, so it sounds like increasing access to respond to demand.
That's definitely.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, is there any discussion? No? Okay. Is there any public comment? All right, hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion. Yeah. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Congratulations, and look forward to more students having access to this program.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list is Angels Caring for You Training Academy, number 13344. Is anyone on the call from this institution? Please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
My name is Judith Claremont. I am the representative for Angels Caring for You Training Academy.
Great. And what's your role?
I'm the administrator, owner and administrator of Angels Caring for You.
Okay, great. Maybe you could tell us the same question I asked the previous institution, a little bit about your value proposition. What are you hoping to offer that is distinctive and that adds value in your sector?
I love to teach. I've been in healthcare since I was 16 years old. And currently I manage an assisted living community, and teaching home health aides has always been my passion. Teaching has always been a passion for me. So my goal is to teach and provide a good education and support to my students to further serve the community and its population.
Okay, great. Love to hear the passion. And are there any further discussion, commissioners?
Nope.
Okay, any public comment? All right, hearing none, can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for this institution?
So moved. Motion. Yeah. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed? All right, the motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, have a great day. Next on the list is Barber Zone Academy, number 13055. Does anyone here from the institution please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else at your institution that's present on the call?
Good morning. My name is Jorge Massas, administrator owner of Barber Zone Academy.
Thank you for being here. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about your institution and anything unique or a differentiator about it.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. First of all, I love to teach. It's my calling. I'm being a barber since 1995. And I'm an international educator from Babyliss Pro and Rolda. Rolda is her products that I represent nationwide. And I'm an owner of 2 barbershop Polk County. So saying that, I'll be teaching all nationwide is my calling. And I have a proposal to teach the new becoming barbers, not only in the barber industry, how to become a professional behind the chair, because barbering is not only to cut hair, it's how to serve the community, because we are on the service business. It's not only to cut hair, it's how to be a servant and with professionalism behind the chair for this new generation of barbers.
That's great. I've long thought that barber schools, would do well to include, just other kinds of skills, in their curriculum, such as teaching financial management and bookkeeping and professionalism, and the soft skills and allied skills that would help them thrive from a business perspective and as a professional, not just in their craft, but in being able to kind of sustain a clientele. And another facet of that is marketing, right? How do you recruit clients and promote yourself, right? So,
well, first of all, the old school way, word of mouth, shake hands. But obviously, we need to adapt this new generation. Obviously, through Google, social media. I have an outstanding social media page because, well, like I said before, what I've been doing in the barber industry nationwide, and obviously in my community, I'm well known because I be out there. Like I said before, I have 2 barbershop. My team members, we go out there and we cut to the community. So I'm well known, and they're waiting because I have the location ready for 2 years with everything set up to open. So, and the community, especially in Polk County, they already know that we're waiting to the approved and already have a few students alignment.
Great. Glad to hear that. Any other comments or discussion, commissioners? Okay. Is there any public comment? Can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Commissioner Stefano, this is a staff recommendation that I do need to make a modification to. So what is in front of you today is a denial of the provisional license for this institution, and it has 2 reasons for that denial. The second deficiency is the failure of the institution to submit a financial statement of the controlling principal in compliance with Rule 6E-2.0046. The institution submitted new financials for the controlling principal on July 24th of 2025, so that contingency can be removed at the table, but the first contingency would still stand.
So let me ask the institution, do you understand the staff recommendation as stated?
Yes, but the first one, can you repeat that? What is, I know that, because I sent all the report updated as soon as I received the email. So I don't know exactly which one we're talking here that I don't pass, because I sent all the documentation updated. And like I said from the beginning, I've been doing this process since 2023, if I'm not mistaken, or 2024 at the beginning. So I'll be going back and forth, sending updated. And I don't know if you don't have all the documentation, but for sure, I think everything is.
So just to clarify, the first item here is not a missing document. It's a finding that the amount that you showed as having in working capital is not sufficient to show institutional financial soundness in light of the budget that you proposed. So your budget proposes little over $70K a year in expenses, and yet the compilation shows working capital of just slightly over 2K. And so this doesn't really bode well in terms of financial soundness.
Yes.
And so that's the challenge there.
it's a challenge. I understand completely, but that's my personal stuff. But if you see, like I said, I have 2 locations, 2 barbershops were established. And I have that location paying rent since 2 years with everything inside ready to open. I don't need nothing else to operate the school. So saying that, I'm ready to operate if you give me the opportunity, because this is my dream. Like I said, I'll be paying rent for 2 years, and I set up, put flooring, walls, everything. So that show up, the capital is there. And like I said, my passion to teach, and like I said, I got the establishment is already maintained for 2 years. So, and my barbershop still running. And so, like I said, I'm ready to operate. If you give me the provisional license, I can show you and prove that Barberson Academy is ready to operate as a well-known academy for the barber industry in the Polk County, Lakeland City, Polk County.
Dr. Hurst, let me ask a question, a clarification here. The expenditures that he's describing as already incurring, are those reflected in the submitted finances or financials?
In the most recent, so what you have in front of you is the December 2023. As the gentleman stated a minute ago, he did submit an updated one as of 12/31/2024. And when I'm looking at his expenses for his net operating income, it is showing as negative $258.75. So he spent $258.75.
Yeah, so here's the situation, right? We need the financials that are provided to reflect a degree of financial soundness that can that aligns with your projected or proposed budget. And I understand, what you're saying in terms of your professional history, and that's great. And if we were talking about the sustainability of your current businesses, then, that history that you're describing would be highly pertinent and would be a subject of conversation. But here, the topic of conversation is the proposed school, not your other businesses. And we need to evaluate that on its own terms.
Okay. So saying that, I understand completely, but on the expenses, I'm going to be the teacher, I'm going to be the administrator, I'm going to be behind all the operation in the school. Because like I said from the beginning, I have 2 locations, I have my administrators running the business, and I'm going to be the person who's going to be operating the school. And I'm the one sustainable for 2 years, this location, and put everything behind those walls to get ready to operate it. And so, and I understand your point of view, but so I'm ready. I understand completely. But like I said, I'm going to be the main person behind that and offering everything that the academy need.
I understand that, but what it sounds to me like is that what you're suggesting is that your actual costs will be lower than what's in your proposed budget. And if that's the case, then you need to consider revising the proposed budget and making it more accurate, and then that might affect the determination of financial sustainability. But the point is that we need to evaluate the proposed budget, whatever it is, versus the amount that you have to work with, and we need these two to align in a way that demonstrates financial soundness in order to be able to execute that business plan. Otherwise, students could be in a tremendous predicament that they enroll in an institution that's not financially stable, and then they invested, their time and costs and didn't benefit from it, right? So I think that perhaps you need to carefully consider, the proposed business plan, and if what you're saying suggest a modification of that, then that's your prerogative to do so and to resubmit at whatever point you deem yourself ready for reevaluation.
I would love, I'm sorry, I would love to get reconsidered for the next meeting because, and send me all the information, because with all the respect, I'll be sending all the information the last minute when they send it all the meeting pass, and I already know exactly what I need to fill because, like I said, I think, I know for a fact that place will be there for 2 years. So I understand completely the point of view, but that show that the academy or the barber zone is sustainable because it's been there for 2 years, paying everything ready. So only need students, or to approve to operate because it's been ready for 2 years, and the contract is been there. But I understand completely. So exactly, I need to sustain budget. That's what I need to prove to the to you to the committee.
Well, what we need is to make sure that whatever the proposed budget is, that your finances demonstrate that there is a financial soundness between what your finances show and what your proposed budget is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when I can be reconsidered,
I think the
for
best thing
these,
for you to do is to work with your a program officer potentially, and make sure that when you submit that you're ready, if that's what you wish to do. Okay. All right. So, commissioners, is there any further discussion? No. Director Hurst, is that all resonate with staff's evaluation?
So, commissioners, there is one additional option just for your consideration for this.
Yes.
Yes. And the option would be if the commission would desire to allow the institution to waive its 90 days for a consideration and give him the opportunity to return to the commission with updated financials. I know he gave us the December 31st, 2024, which still do not show sufficient resources. So this would be that he would have to have cash assets in his financials or to demonstrate additional assets in his financials that would support his current Form 606 budget expenses, and then the commission could consider that at a future date. But of note, if that were to occur for the institution, to be very clear, this would have to be a compilation review or audit done by an independent CPA.
And Director Hurst, what would be the time frame on that?
So I would suggest he could waive his 90 days, and we would intend to have him return to the commission at the September meeting. So that would give him a little bit of time to, if he does have these other businesses that are profitable and that he can put assets into this business, that would demonstrate that.
And Acting Chair Stefano, if the institution does waive its 90 days and the commission is open to them appearing at the September meeting, I would include an order that the institution appear via personal representative in person at the meeting in September.
Okay. So I think there's two preliminary considerations here. First, for the commission, is this something that the commission, is open to entertaining? I feel inclined to entertain it. I think that if he's already incurring the cost, then that needs to be demonstrated in the paperwork, and it seems like maybe that isn't properly captured right now. So is this something that the commission is open to?
Yes.
Yes. All right. And then for the institution, are you inclined to waive your 90-day right in order to potentially go through this process.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And can I have a question, sir?
I'm sorry?
Yes, I'm willing to be there in September, but can I ask you a question?
Well, actually, the question, that's, I mean, it's good that you're willing to be there, but the question was whether you'd be willing to waive your 90-day right, because
Yes, yes, sir.
if you don't,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
okay, right, great. And your question is, go ahead.
Yes, my question is, can I adjust my expenses because I'm going to be the person, like I said, teaching and.
Yeah, so you're describing the form 606, Director Hurst. Would you like to take that?
Yes.
So I would tell you to take a close look at your form 606. When you're talking about your salaries and related expenses, right now, I know you mentioned that you're the only person working there. For the year to date, there is only $40,000 for salaries and related expenses. So just so you know, it's not an awful lot for that form 606 to have the expenses or the salaries listed like that. So what we don't want is you adjusting the 606 in order to not pay yourself or do those type of things. We want to make sure that you have the assets in this business in order to be able to comfortably run this business and protect the students that go there. So I would encourage you to look at the 606 form and ensure that those expenses are accurate, but not to change it just to make the assets that you currently have in that bank account work. So don't do it backwards.
No, yes, of course.
You're moving forward. You're looking at the 606 form, and then your assets need to be able to support your business plan.
No, yes, ma'am. I understand completely that part. I was checking just for the equipment. I was thinking about the equipment and all but yes, but no problem. I'm gonna make sure check the 606 and make sure for the next meeting everything is gonna be the way it's supposed to be, accurate.
That's perfect. That's right. We don't want the tail wagging the dog, but and a key point here is that if it's unrealistic, then that will pose its own kind of issues, right? And that will be evaluated as well. So it needs to be just accurate is the key word.
So, Chair Stefano, it sounds like from the direction the conversation went in that the motion is merely to acknowledge the institution's waiver of its 90-day rights, as well as an order to appear via personal representative at the Commission's next duly noticed public meeting on September 26th. And that's going to be in or near the Orlando area.
Okay. So can I have a motion to adopt the revised resolution?
Motion.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. So we look forward to seeing you in September.
Commissioners, can I make one more comment to the institution before they go? Just as a suggestion. When you're looking at your 606 form, one of the things that you placed on there was you aggregated all of your expenses into one category. So you did it year to date. So you didn't break it out per month. It would probably assist you in breaking out those expenses per month so you can see what you really need in order to have your business be efficient and effective. So I would encourage you when you're looking at that 606 form to take your year to date out and just go ahead and break it out per month for those first 12 months so you can really see what each month, how many expenses you're going to incur.
Thank you very much.
I would also like to advise we're going to need that revised documentation, I would say no later than the 26th of August at the absolute latest. And please don't wait until the 25th of August to submit that documentation to us. The more time Commission staff have to review it, the better chance that any remaining deficiencies can be identified and rectified so we're not back in this same place on September 26th.
Thank you.
Good luck.
All right. So that brings us to the next institution on the list is JD CDL Driving School, number 13272. If there's anyone on the line from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Hello, Commissioners. Chris Giorgetti, Ferguson, Santoro, and Giorgetti Educational Consultants, here with Mr. Jason Wright. Jason, please introduce yourself.
Good morning, Commission. Jason Wright, owner of JDCL Driving School.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So maybe you could tell us a little bit about your institution and your value proposition that I've been asking the others. Just what do you see as a differentiator of your school and the value that you add to the sector?
Yeah, absolutely. We've been doing individualized training for CDLs for a while, and we recognize that there is a huge demand for drivers, and we want to make sure that we get the everything's consistent across the board with our training, and it meets all the what's required for all the training from the state.
Dr. Sperano, if I may, the institution they were on originally the March meeting. They came back in May, and they've done the adjustments to the curriculum, updated everything to be within compliance of the standards for CDL training. And we submitted that on June 5th to the commission, the revised curriculum as required.
Thank you. I'm just looking here at the documents and my notes. Commissioners or Dr. Hurst, is there any discussion? No. Is there any public comment? All right, hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
So moved. Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
Good luck. All right. Next on the list is JMC Training Institute, number 13179. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Good morning. My name is Mike Eddie Mason. I am the administrator, and I have the owner, Giselle Mason, with me. And also I have David Panel, who is in a advisory board as well. Ms. Giselle is going to present herself, and I believe Mr. Panel will present himself as well.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Giselle Mason. I'm the owner of JMC Training Institute.
Great.
Yeah, this is David Pennell, the consultant for them.
Thank you for being here. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about your institution.
The GMC Training Institute, we want to put that school in place because we realize that there is a need in terms of the way they treat the patient. Mrs. Mason has been in the health field for many years, and she was the eyewitness to see how they treat the patients, and she thought that there was not enough compassion, and there was not enough way that although the people working in that field they treat patients, and she was touched about that, and she said that she thinks that she wants to create a school to teach people better how to treat other people, because sometimes when she saw the way they treated senior citizens, she feel like if her mom was in that place, she would prefer that they treat her mom different. And she thought that the best way to change that system is to create a school and to treat people differently. And that's the reason that we want to put the GMC Training Institute in place.
All right. So it sounds like a combination of compassion-driven and social accountability.
That's correct.
In what you're describing. Director Hirsch, could you clarify the contingency in the staff recommendation?
Is that question is for me?
No,
boss?
No. It's for Director Hirsch. Sorry. Yeah. It's for the executive director.
It is the administrative personnel.
Okay. Administrative personnel. Got it. All right. And do you, now that it's for the institution, do you understand the staff recommendation as listed and the contingency that's listed there?
We do understand that.
Okay, perfect. Is there any further discussion? All right, is there any public comment? So can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Next on the list is number 6, Move Driving Academy, number 13229. Is anyone from the institution on the call? Please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. This is Dr. Jose Otero of Otero Consulting Group. I'm here with staff from MOVE Driving School.
Morning.
Good morning. My name is Amy Janice Tavares. I'm the administrative coordinator at MOVE Academy.
Hi, I'm Luis Gouveia. I'm owner MOVE Academy.
Yes, good morning. I'm Jose Martinez, and I'm one instructor.
Morning. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about your institution. I'd like to ask, as I'm sure you've heard in previous institutions, what's your value proposition? What are you hoping to offer that is a differentiator in your sector?
We are looking to offer a unique training experience that's driven with excellence. Our priority is the students, and we want to make sure that the students come out with the utmost best education and that they know everything that they need to know before they hit the real world and the real jobs out there in the community.
Okay, great. And have you reviewed the staff recommendation, and do you understand the contingencies that are currently listed?
Yes.
Okay, great. Is there any discussion or comments by either staff or commissioners?
I just had one comment. I was, just for clarification on the information, it says online delivery, and then later on where it talks about approval for hybrid, I was just wondering, hybrid means something a little bit different to me than strictly online. So I was asking for a clarification. Maybe Executive Director Hirsch can clarify for us.
So I will actually let the school answer that question.
Okay.
The part of their online is probably their theory portion for this specific institution, but I will let them clarify what they intend by the hybrid.
Okay.
Yes. So the hybrid is we do offer the ELDT online, which is the theory.
Can they hear us? Are you able to hear us?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Would you say that again?
So the online, the hybrid would be meaning onto the ELDT theory. That is what the course that we offer online.
And to be clear, the driving portion is also ELDT, and that obviously is not online, correct?
Correct.
And it appears that there needs to be a slight adjustment to the staff recommendation. In the form below, they select asynchronous, and then in the staff recommendation, it has synchronous here. So we'll just put a little A in front of the synchronous. Is that seem right?
Yes.
Director Hirsch, does that seem like the appropriate course of action?
Yes, that is correct. It should say asynchronous and not synchronous.
Okay, great. So is there any further discussion? No? Any public comment? All right, can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation with the change of synchronous to asynchronous delivery for the theory courses?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Congratulations. All right, have a good day. Next on the list is Mr. Driver CDL training and testing, number 13257. If there's anyone from the institution on the call, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else from your institution.
Of the Mr. Driver CDL training. Now, one blank here. Anyway, what we offer is a family-oriented training. We do a safety first in our training. I've been doing this for over 22 years. I started with the Orange County, Florida. I was a trainer and examiner for the state, or for not the state, the county. And I decided to start my own business a few years back, 2018. And right now, well, we are trying to do compliance with the Department of Education, and we want to know what's going to be next.
Have you reviewed the staff recommendation and all the contingencies that are listed there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any questions about them?
Sometimes yes, but sometimes like not this time.
Okay. Commissioners, is there any discussion? No. All right. Well, we look forward to evaluating all those documents in the future. Good list here. All right, is there any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the list, number 8, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly, but Yole Institute, number 13341. If there's anyone on the line from this institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else from your institution.
Well, my name is Yvonne Ballinston, and I am the director and owner of Yole Institute.
And this is Christopher DeSalvo with Aquinas Network Consulting Services.
Thank you for being here. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about your institution and your value proposition, your key differentiator in this market.
I have been running a CNE prep for the past year and a half. What I noticed after they're done with the CNA, they go ahead and take the test and they wanted to proceed to further their education to LPN. And where we are, the LPN program, they are like about 45 to an hour away. And then the options they don't have any options for them to go to a school that have that closer to them. So, and my student from the CNA prep, they've been asking for me to get a CNA program for them that closer to them. So that way, therefore, when they are ready to go to proceed their further education, and then there's we were here and closer, so they can have it. So the only school that closed is it's a technical school, but they're only taking 24 students per year, and they have to go further away. So that's one thing that Yoli Institute going to be covered for.
Commission, is there any discussion?
I have a lot of questions. Sorry. Can you talk a little bit about your clinicals? Because right now I only saw one clinical site, and that site really is more like a walk-in clinic. So I'm trying to figure out how you're going to do OB, peds, geriatrics, acute med care.
We are in the process of securing another site right now. Once we have that, we definitely would forward that to you.
Okay. Also, questions with regards to teaching it online. What's your experience with online education?
With the CNA prep, we do some online, and also we do some face-to-face as well. And also I have done some online education myself. So I'm pretty familiar with that.
And what student learning management system will you be utilizing?
I am looking at one of them is Mundo. I'm looking at that one, and also I'm looking at some other ones as well.
Okay. With respect to I know you had mentioned, I read something that you said that you wanted to offer it online so students can come from a further greater area. But then you just mentioned that you were doing it for the students that are nearby. So I'm a little bit confused by that. Plus, the disclosure in the catalog is incomplete with respect to clinical sites beyond 50 miles and which ones are there. So I think that would be something that we just need to clarify in your documentation. It's, try to tell you what page on the catalog, give me 1 second. I think it was page 16. You have the practical, most clinical sites are within 50 miles of the school, have a site can be located up to, and it's just blank, miles from the school.
We'll get that updated.
Yeah. But I am a little bit concerned, practical nursing education is very difficult. And what are your plans for testing of students? How would the testing be done? In person, online?
Yes.
Which way?
We'll do online, and also we'll do testing face-to-face as well.
How would you, if you're doing it online, how are you going to ensure the security of those tests?
We're going to make sure they have the camera on at all time and before they start, and we want to make sure that they have a 360 camera that we can see around them.
And who would be monitoring that?
That's what I was going to ask.
The administrator.
When you say the administrator, the administrator of
I would say the instructor.
The instructor.
So they will all take the test at the same time, or is it asynchronous?
It's asynchronous.
Asynchronous?
Yes.
So the professor will jump in every time somebody's going to test?
Yeah, so they're going to be starting off with just a few students at first until they get everything set up.
But that only exacerbates the problem, not ameliorates it.
Yeah, if either everybody takes the exam and the professor monitors, or else if they do it whenever, somebody could want to do it at 2 o'clock in the morning, is your professor going to be tuning in at that time?
We're going to have to look at that and update it.
I just have concerns that you guys haven't really thought through the implications trying to do this online versus more in person. If you look at practical nursing programs across the US, you'll see very, very few that actually offer it online. And because of the difficulties of educating the students, especially even asynchronously, which would also cause an issue for your program if you ever wanted to go forward for federal financial aid, since it's a clock hour program, you would not be able to get federal aid for the program if it's being taught asynchronously, because they require synchronous education.
Understood.
Where are you with the Board of Nursing right now? And I see that you have not gotten approval for the program as of yet.
We're still in the application process. They want to see the rest of the clinical sites as well.
So isn't this a little premature for us to make a decision when you don't have that second clinical site and there are things that need to be changed?
Well, with the Board of Nursing, we generally, CIE will give us 180 days to finalize their board approval. And then by that point, we would have also satisfied the contingencies with CIE regarding the clinicals.
Director Hurst, just a quick question with respect to the 180 days. To me, it does seem a little bit premature that we're going to wait for the board, that we don't have the Board of Nursing approval, and then we're able to actually see whether we believe the clinical sites are adequate. How do we work with that?
So when you see contingencies like this for an approval of a program, especially when we're talking about nursing programs, a lot of times we're playing the chicken or the egg about us and the Board of Nursing approving. So we do require the Board of Nursing approval before we'll go through with the program. So what you see in front of you is that we would approve the practical nursing program upon the issuance of the provisional license and the following contingencies being met. So we would, before we gave them approval for this program, we would have to have the approval from the Board of Nursing, and we would have to have submission of additional executed clinical agreements to support the proposed number of enrollments. So we would evaluate that and have to receive that documentation prior to our approval of this specific program. And of note, with this specific recommendation, we have that the contingencies must be fulfilled within 90 days of the clerk's order.
Okay, thank you.
And this also allows the institution, when we do it that way, because we have it broken down by they give them the provisional, and then you have this second piece, which is this specific approval of the practical nursing program. For institutions such as this that have more than one program, it allows them to operate that other program if they meet those contingencies, and they have to wait for the approval for this second program. So it's almost a breakdown of giving the institution, in this case, the home health aid program, but they wouldn't get the PN program until they met the contingencies listed below.
Thank you, that helps. Can we add just a couple contingencies just to reflect, again, updating the catalog with respect to the testing and how that would be done, whether it's asynchronous, synchronous, what platforms they will be utilizing. Also with respect to the clinicals, as I stated, there's only one right now. Where the other ones will be, how many will be within a 50-mile radius, and then do you guys have plans for housing for students? Because I want to also make sure when we talk about lab, the approval is talking about didactic only online. Labs would not be considered didactic. So students would have to be there for the labs also in person. So how would that all work? And, if students are coming from various locations in and outside the state of Florida.
So we don't have plans to house the students themselves. That would be up to the student to establish that, which would be disclosed to them at the beginning of the program.
How are you going to work then the clinicals or labs so that, usually you do clinicals and labs concurrently with didactic so that, you're reinforcing what they're learning in the classroom with what they're learning through the clinical or the lab. How do you guys be doing that in the curriculum?
So the clinicals and labs are all on ground, and the students can only take the theory portions of their courses remotely. And those would be, around the same time as each other, but not simultaneously.
So the students would complete the theory first and then do the clinicals?
On a course-by-course basis.
And so if I'm taking, let's say, OB, and it's not and that course requires me to be in school plus didactic during the same week, but I live in, I don't want to say Kentucky. How would that work then?
Well, first, it wouldn't be legal for us to just enroll students across the country. With the implementation of NC Sarah, you can't really just do that anymore. But for the online portion of the program, it's more for convenience for the students who are in the area. We wouldn't really be able to enroll students that are an unreasonable distance away.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was getting at. Like, I just wasn't sure what location you were in Florida because I didn't really know the city. So let's just say something like 300 miles away in Florida.
Right. Yeah,
so
that would
your
be
goal is to look more local.
And if I may, on page 33, the range for the clinical sites it encompasses 253 miles, which is a tremendous stretch. And so the concern. It's one thing if, for instance, you're kind of developing student clusters around those areas, and then could fully service those students in those areas. But to have students travel 253 miles each direction for their clinical sites is just not reasonable as a structure.
Understood.
Director Hurst, do you have any suggestions just to try to take into account some of the concerns that were raised?
Yes, give me 1 second. I'm almost done writing that extra contingency.
Thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Commissioner Levac, I just
Vice
want to.
Chair, I'm sorry.
I just want to mention I really appreciate your detailed insights on this sector and the clarity and quality assurance that you're bringing through those reflections. So just thank you for that.
No problem.
All right, commissioners. So this is what we have, and then we can discuss further. So for the first section of this, which is the granting of the provisional license upon the following contingencies being met, there are currently two in front of you. What I'm hearing is that we would add a third in that section that would be submission of an updated catalog to include testing requirements and accurate clinical information. And then under the next section, which talks about grant approval of the PN program, you have two in front of you, we would be adding A third that is clarification of the modality of delivery for testing for the PN program. And number 4, clarification of the learning platform to be used for online delivery. Did I miss any?
And I'm sorry, does this address the question of the clinical sites, the distance, and the intended service to the students? So I'm just thinking that if, for instance, a clinical site is 250 miles away, then if the intent is really to service students in that area, then it means that the other facets, the labs or whatever is contemporaneous with that, would have to be in that a reasonable vicinity of that area. But if that's the case, then I think that exceeds CIE's rules for having an additional site, and so wouldn't they trigger other requirements? I'm hoping you could kind of clarify that part, Brett, in terms of the distance of the clinicals and how what is the precedent or ways that we've dealt with that in the past.
And Commissioners, there is also, because of the extensiveness of this conversation and the moving parts that are occurring, the Commission can also defer this to issue their own delay on this institution and have them come back in front of the Commission with the things that we've discussed updated in both the records that they provide to the Commission, and then we can update the summary sheet accordingly as well, if the Commission would like to go with that option instead of adding additional contingencies at this time.
Does that require them to waive anything, or?
So we're hoping to get approval for the HHA with the clinical contingencies for the PN program. And we need to be able to take that to Board of Nursing so that we can get their finalized approval that CIE will need. And in doing that, we would have to solidify all of the clinical affiliation agreements to meet their requirements as well as CIE's requirements. The information about the distance of the clinicals, those are just placeholders until all of the clinicals are in place.
So, Director Hart, could we approve it for the HHA program and defer it for the practical nursing program?
We cannot do that. Because once you issue a provisional, they cannot add a program while they're on provisional, so you would be forcing them into a situation where they couldn't add their PN program until they return to an annual status.
I just got concerns for the other commissioners, just that I don't like to rely upon the Board of Nursing to provide with quality of judgment, that we also have that responsibility a little bit to look at this. And it does seem premature right now with the practical nursing program.
Mr. DeSalvo?
Yes.
What Board of Nursing meeting are you hoping to make?
We're not scheduled yet, so we're still addressing the clinical issues.
Okay, so you're still in the application phase. So if the commissioners were to go ahead and issue a 90-day delay on this so you could return at the September meeting, you would still be going forward with your application with the Board of Nursing. And then you might simultaneously end up with potentially an approval from this board close to the time that you would be going in front of the Board of Nursing. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that resolves the major conflict of constraints.
So we're clear, Vice Chair Stefano. I think from the course of the discussion, I think the motion is for this commission to issue a delay of 90 days. It doesn't sound like the institution is, and understandably, is not going to waive it. But this commission, because there hasn't been a delay issued so far, the commission can, on its own cognizance, issue a delay of 90 days and then order the institution to appear at the meeting on September 26th. And I also think just a delay rather than granting the application with all these contingencies is going to give the commission more and better opportunity to actually address these issues substantively, rather than just have the institution issue clarifications, which might be argued and debated again at a later date.
Agreed. Commissioners, any discussion? Does everyone seem on board that that is the best course of action?
Yes.
Okay, great. Any public comment on the matter?
Mm-hmm.
All right, hearing,
Yes,
hearing none, can I have a motion to issue a delay of 90 days and order the institution to appear at the meeting on September 26, 2025?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Look forward to seeing you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and I believe this concludes section B on the agenda. How is staff doing? Would staff like a break now before we start section C?
We could take a quick 10-minute break if that's okay.
All right, so it's 10:27. We'll say 10:30. So I'll see everyone back at 10:40. All right, I'll see you all soon. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. We have returned from break.
Great. So we will resume with section C. In this section, we have 15 institutions plus one write-in, bringing it to 16, and we will take these individually. The first on the list is Accelerated Academy, number 12985. If there's anyone from that institution present, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Good morning. My name is Keith Torres. I'm the compliance manager for Accelerated Academy, and I'm on the call by myself.
Great. Morning. Thank you for being here. So maybe you can give us a snapshot in your own words of how it's gone for you.
Yeah, so we got approval last July for our Tallahassee campus, and we launched for the first semester in spring of 26 with 8 students out of a maximum capacity of 10. Out of those 8, all graduated, and then also 5 of them were hired. One person decided that they wanted to pursue other opportunities. Additionally, we just finished our second semester actually this past Saturday with 9 students, and all 9 of those students graduated. We have our fall semester with a maximum capacity of 10 with 10 students enrolled. So we've been doing very well in Tallahassee.
Okay. And what is your the starting period like? Is it they all start in the fall, or do you have different entry points for a rotation?
Yeah, we've got 3 different semesters. We've got a spring, summer, and fall. Each cohort starts at the same time. September 13th, that Saturday, is going to be the first day of class for us.
Okay. And the 10, is that per cohort? Is that across cohorts at any given time?
Correct. It's per cohort. So if we were to have like 2 separate class days during the semester, we'd have 10 for each of those class days. But we only offer class for Tallahassee in person on Saturdays, so we don't have the capability to offer additional cohorts per semester. So right now, with the in-person program for our Tallahassee campus, we can have a maximum of 30 students per year.
Okay, great. Commissioners, is there any further discussion? Is there any public comment? Hearing none, can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Congratulations.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on this is Believe Nursing Academy, number 12511. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else from your institution.
Can you hear me?
You can.
Yeah, I'm here by myself. My name is Bedlin. I'm the program coordinator and also the owner.
Great. Thank you for being here.
Thanks.
Maybe you could tell us a little bit about how things have gone for you and what your experience has been so far.
It's been a little challenging, but we're getting there. We are mostly satisfied that we were able to actually put some joys in some of our students and actually help the community get more professional CNAs.
I'm looking here, and it seems that there are good placement rates, retention rates, and graduation rates. How many students do you currently have enrolled?
This class have 7.
Okay. 7. But is that total?
We only take 8, so we are almost our max for this class, and then we have some people that will go for the next classes. Yeah.
Okay. And I see that the financial situation has improved. That's good. Commissioners, any discussion?
No.
Okay. Any public comment? All right. Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. The motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next on the list is Coast Medical Academy, number 12899. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else from your institution.
Hi, this is Dr. Joe Angley, Cole Middleton Group, and I'm here representing Coast Medical, and I believe that the owner is also on the line.
Yes, good morning. My name's Michelle Vomakis. It's nice to speak with you all.
Thank you for being here. So maybe you could let us know how things are going. We have lagged information, and so the information that's before us doesn't show any enrollments or student data. Maybe you can give us a sense of where things are.
Yes, so things have been going fantastic. Actually, it's been a wonderful year with the students. The success rate has been 100%. All of our students passed successfully. I believe that to be, through great instruction, patience, and taking time with each student. Currently, we have 4 students enrolled right now. Due to it being summertime with the kids out of school, we are always slower in the summer, but outside of that, things are going great.
Thank you. Can I ask a question for commission staff? Maybe you can clarify for me. I see here in the staff comments that Exhibit 1 has graduates and placements, but I see in the on page 1 of the summary sheet, there isn't any reported here. Maybe you could give me some guidance.
Commissioner, that's because they weren't licensed in the year that data was collected.
I see. Okay.
And Commissioner, what you see on your page 1 is when we do our student data collection for the 23 to 24, 24, 25 years, you'll see that reflected on that summary sheet because that is the staff inputting it for. So like the gentleman stated, in instances like this where they haven't even reported student data or they didn't have students, that's where you're seeing the NA. And then we ask the institution to provide us an update of where they are with enrollments. And that's on page 4.
Great. Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate the navigation here. All right. Is there any further discussion, commissioners? Okay. Any public comment? Hearing none, to have a motion to adopt staff recommendation.
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
You too. Next on the list is Coastal School of Nursing, number 12653. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. This is Dr. Jose Otero of Otero Consulting Group. I'm here with staff and with the ownership of Coastal School of Nursing.
Hello, good morning. My name is Dr. Kirian Deacon. I am the program director for Coastal College of Nursing, School of Nursing, actually. And we're here.
Great. Thank you for being here. And Dr. Otero, welcome back. So maybe you could give us a snapshot of how things are going.
Okay. We've been doing very, very well. Our first enrollment school started January of this year, and we've had great lecturing and teaching and student growth. And I'm just very happy that they are learning very well and we're doing good. Clinicals are perfect, so I have no complaint.
When do your
is
first students graduate?
When are they going to
Sorry.
graduate?
Yes.
January.
I see there's a lot.
January 2026.
Perfect.
It says here you have 11 students enrolled. Is that still the number?
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Is there any further discussion? No? All right. Is there any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you. Next on the agenda is Crystal Beauty Institute, and I ask for everyone's patience with me on the call for having to hear this on repeat, but if there's anyone present from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else from your institution. This is institution number 12900.
Good morning, my name is Sairo Olivo, director of the institution.
My name is Angel Medina, and the school advisor.
Thank you for being here. Is that everyone on the call?
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Great. So maybe you could tell us a little bit about how it's been going for you and what your experience has been like.
It's been going pretty good. We are growing little by little. We just hosted our first class last year, July 29 of 2024. And as we're going, we're getting to have more students as we grow.
Great. I see that the finances are in a better position here. Commissioners, is there any discussion? No?
None.
All right. Is there any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Have a great day.
You too. You too. So next on the list is Dolly Monroe Beauty Academy, Orlando, number 12518. Is anyone here from the institution? Please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Hello, everyone. My name is India Calloway. I am the founder of Dolly Monroe Beauty Academy, Orlando, and owner-operator.
Great. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Maybe you can give us a little snapshot on how things are going, and after that, maybe you could also share with us if you read the staff recommendations and if you understand them.
Yes. So we actually had a really great start to our first year. The only hiccup that we really ran into was post the hurricane. Some of our good portion of our building was damaged during last year's hurricane season, which prompted us to have to move that location. But luckily, I have a great realtor who was able to find us another location within like a week, and we got everything moved over, and there was no interruption of service for our students, thankfully, during that time. So that was probably the major hiccup that we had, but we've also had a really great start. We've got some amazing students, graduated a few classes as well, and looking forward to moving into next year. I did read the staff recommendation. I did send over the, financial statements with the statement of cash flow. I did send that back to Victor back in February. I think it just probably got lost in our email thread. So I did resend that over to him, and that's when he advised me to just send it to the CIE directly, and that should take care of it.
Yeah. Thank you. Commissioners, any discussion?
No.
All right. Any public comment? All right. Hearing none. Do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? None. All right. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Have a great day. Next on the list is Driving Academy number 12991. Is anyone here from the institution? Please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Arnold Frankie, owner and school director.
All right. Thanks for being here. You the only one on the call?
I am the only one on the call, yes.
All right, great. So maybe you could share with us a little bit about your current status and also after you give us that update, maybe just share with us if you've read the staff recommendations and if you have any questions.
Absolutely. So we actually opened officially September 2nd of 2024. We have had great success. Things are going very well. I have read the staff's recommendations, which I am prepared to appease quickly. Our school is a little different in the fact that you can register and begin right after you register. So in September, and you can come full-time or part-time. So with that being said, we have graduated 62 students. All of them were either already in a position to use their CDL or have been placed in jobs. And we've had right at 300 total students register with the program.
All right. And in terms of the net income, is that because of the timeline? Is that how does that look? If we were to have a more updated number, is it?
So great, yeah. So since the beginning of the year, our cash flow is positive. We've had to put no money out of myself and our other owners' pocket into the school. We're a very cash forward school in the fact that we have no debt. So all of our equipment is owned outright. We did add more equipment late in 2024 as the demand required. So we were able to cover the cost of that out of operational cash. However, it did not make our cash flow, our profits and losses look great. Myself and the other owner are capable of funding the school if the need would arise. However, with the last 5 months of cash flow, we actually have been able to be positive in monthly cash flow every month.
Great. Commissioners, any discussion?
Just had one question. Just looking at your financials, I just noticed that you're not doing any depreciation or amortization. Just wanted to point that out to you. Again, it's tricky because you could also then run into a negative income because of that, which I understand cash flow is more important. But I did see that something you may want to talk to your accountants about.
I'll do that. Yeah, thank you.
If you have that much equipment, it helps with taxes.
Yeah, for sure. We've been able. We don't have a write-off problem right now, but yeah, I do see what you're doing.
Yeah, but it looks good. Yeah, the statement is good. I'm glad you guys are positive cash flow.
Yeah, thank you.
Is there any public comment? All right. Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for this institution?
Thank you all. Have a good day.
Motion.
For a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Next on the list is Florida Training Center, number 6344. So anyone here for the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. So Commissioners, is there any discussion?
It does appear that someone just joined. So 1 second.
Okay.
If you could unmute yourself so the commissioners can speak to you, we would appreciate it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Did you say Aguilas International?
No, ma'am. Are you Florida Training
sorry.
Center?
No, sorry.
Okay, perfect. We'll get you later, but thank you. So there is no one on the line for Florida Training Center.
Okay, all right. Are there any comments that staff would like to make, or everything kind of stand on its own here?
No additional comments from staff.
Okay. Commissioners, any discussion?
No, just that I think it's important that the staff can just remind them the importance of coming to these meetings, having a representative here.
Absolutely. Especially at these important milestones where someone's applying for provisional or applying for annual, where there's the opportunity to provide explanation, and it is important, clarification, etc. All right. Can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided?
So move.
Seconded. Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. Thank you. Next on the list is Institute of Laser Training number 10178. Is anyone here from the institution? Please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, anyone else at your institution.
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
Morning. Yes. Hi, my name is Jonathan Sigg. I'm a physician assistant here with my wife. She's the administrator, April Sigg. I'm actually the director of the program. And we have on too with us Mr. John Pellet for counsel. Would you like me to just give a little brief overview, or what question would you have for me directly?
Yeah, that'd be great if you could give us a snapshot of how things have been going.
Wonderful. So the program that we have, again, it's really for laser hair removal. It falls under the Board of Electrology. This has been a new a challenge for us, we've been in the medical spa industry for 16 years now, and we saw demand for laser hair removal technicians. It's interesting because I don't know how familiar you all are with how this works, but hair removal runs under the Board of Electrology, which they have these devices you can buy for home now, but yet as an MD or PA, I can direct my 18-year-old to run a laser that can, pretty much burn your face off. But hair removal falls directly on electrology. So we opened a school because there is definitely demand for it. Our goal with this all along has really been just to get more people into this position, because it wasn't just our med spas. We found there's demand, but it was others across not just our city and our area here, but the state. With that said, again, we went in small classes. This was not designed to be a big, by any means, income generating a stream for us, simply because a number of medical spas. It was more about getting people through a class at a reasonable price. Our price came in 2/3 less than most all the competing schools. We got off to a decent start. We're only doing anywhere from planned 4 to 6 people per class. At this point, because we began this, our first class began technically in 2023, we have only put, I believe now, 9 people through the course. This was 2 separate classes. I know one of the questions had come up about our pass fail rate not being great. With 9 people, doesn't allow for a lot of failure. We've gotten more diligent about sort of doing background checks on how serious these people are, because we had one student do the course, thought she could just do it and take the test, which she took, I believe, 3 or 4 times. 2 times, maybe twice. I'm sorry, my administrator's telling me here. A couple of times. Either way, she failed it. We had one that failed one, then she passed it. Of the others that took the course with us, all of them passed. And not only that, we put them into jobs. We put them all into positions in jobs now, because that's part of what we wanted to do with this, was to help them find a position in this. And they're all successfully working now. So our goal is to continue this, go down this route, and offer a program that as mentioned, it's not meant to be a money generator for our business. So we're learning more about, what we have to do as far as with our accounting with this. But it really is just an adjunct. We want to add on to this in the future, to have other aesthetic programs for skincare, not just particularly facials, but in our industry, we're a lot of Botox.
Mr. Sig, if I may, have you read the staff recommendations and all the findings that are listed there?
The two that I was brought to my attention were again about the finances and also about our pass-fail rate.
Okay. There are 7 findings here, and they are substantial. And I think it is important when I ask you about how it's going, for you to speak about these pressing concerns. And I think it's important that we route the conversation to address these.
Okay.
It sounds like you haven't reviewed them, if I understand correctly. So there's more than 2.
Yeah, so if I may, please. So here's part of our hang up with this. When we started the school, we hired someone to directly help us open this. This is not an easy task to open a program like this. I can't tell you how many hoops we jumped through, and people we've hired just to get this thing up and going. And the person that helped us direct it and start it had to move away. She moved away. So she basically left us with this whole package of stuff that we didn't really understand. So we've been working directly with the Board of Electrology and with your board also in order to get everything. I'll be honest with you, I don't have it all in front of me. This is why we had to hire an attorney too, because we didn't want this class to go away because we were helping people. So I'm not going to lie and say I know all these 7 items, but I'm sure I have the people here that could address them. And I'm looking for the attachment right now, and I'm not even seeing anything attached to what Miss Andrea I've got a book of emails from her, Miss Andrea Shand. And
so you do understand that not being familiar with the staff recommendations for your case and presenting today, that only exacerbates and confirms the concern about the viability of this institution.
I couldn't agree with 100%. I own a business. We run 18 medical spas. Totally agree. The problem is with the Board of Electrology, it is a nightmare. We have actually gone to Byron Donalds about this because we've done stuff in the past. Like, this is ridiculous what we're having to do to put people into jobs. So I don't disagree. Ignorance of this, I make no excuse for that. The problem is my key person left me. So that's why we're hoping to be on this meeting to get a little more guidance. We're lost. This is not something you just go online and learn how to open a school like this. You need hence why we hired an attorney who knows board rules as far as electrology. We're just looking for guidance, honestly. I don't make any excuses. We don't even know where to go next to make this work.
Is your attorney on the line right now?
Yes, he is.
Yes. I don't know if you can hear me.
Have you read the staff recommendations and the failures?
I've not been provided with the recommendations or what is concerned. The last email that I saw concerning this was from November of 24, where they were requesting additional information. My name is John Paulette. I'm with the Pennington firm in Tallahassee, but I haven't seen the written recommendations for today's meeting.
I'll be honest with you, I can't even find them. I'm going through 60 emails right now that she has sent us, and I can't even find them.
It was very difficult to work with Andrea, Steve. I must say I'm really sorry about that, but it was very unclear. And this is April.
So please, if you don't mind, if you could read those to me or maybe send them to me, because I don't even know where those 7 items are at.
Looking at financial review and audit for the institution, a completed Form 604, payment protection fund. We turned in what was requested of us.
Commissioners, Commissioners,
I don't think it's possible to say that you turned in what was expected of you without familiarity with the list. But please, Mr. Junta, proceed.
Yes, this commission's customary practice is approximately anywhere from a week to a week and a half before every commission meeting. Every institution which the executive director intends to recommend a denial concerning their pending application is emailed a copy of every single document that you commissioners are reviewing at this moment. So there definitely does seem to be possibly a violation of Standard 3, the maintaining of adequate administrative staff who can review and respond to incoming commission correspondence. There is a silver lining to all of this. If the commission votes in accordance with the executive director's recommendation to deny the pending application, the institution will have an opportunity to seek administrative review of the notice of intent which will issue from that vote. And that should give the institution, if they're serious about turning the ship around, to adequately address all 7 of these deficiencies and to return to this commission possibly at an informal hearing. If they dispute a material fact, then possibly we go to the Division of Administrative Hearings. But either way, these are deficiencies that can be corrected even after a vote to issue the notice of intent to deny the pending application.
Members, may I speak? This is John Paulette.
Proceed.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to request if it would be acceptable to the members, if we would waive the 90 days and allow this to continue to September 26th so that my office can obtain this email that would have gone out prior to the meeting and make sure that the issues that can be corrected are addressed, and then return to this committee to assist with any concerns that you may have. If I had heard correctly earlier, you have another meeting coming up September 26th, which would provide adequate time to address any of the items that you may have raised in the letter or items that were emailed.
I appreciate the request. I will just share for the commission to consider that I think that there's been extended exchange here and ample opportunity, and this is not a short list of requirements. And so it seems to me that the staff recommendation as it stands is the most prudent route for the protection of students. But I will open this up for discussion to the commission.
And as our counsel, I think, stated, if we do vote to deny, they will have an opportunity to appeal and correct the deficiencies, and then therefore come back to us. Is that correct, Counselor?
That's correct.
Okay. So in effect, the denial just puts you guys on notice and gives you an opportunity. It's a notice and gives you opportunity to still fix the issues within a relatively short period of time. So I'm okay going forward with the recommendation of staff.
Other commissioners?
Agreed.
Yep. Okay. So is there any public comment?
Yes, please. Can you at least, because we're looking at a list of 6 items now that were sent to us, and we did fulfill every one of those. So can you at least share what one of these other items is that we're missing? Just because we're not seeing any other email with 7 items on it from our connection there, which is Andrea Shand. Nothing. And I've got 3 people looking right now. So I want to correct everything, but if I can't even get someone to help me, tell me what I need, I understand you're looking at it, but can you at least give me 1 or 2 right now so we can maybe look for the right list of what we're missing?
Commissioners, would you like me to read one of these for the institution?
I just don't know how fruitful that would be. I wonder if maybe we could plan on their
just
for staff to follow up and just send an email with the required information, and that way they have the complete list as opposed to just us reading them, a selection. But I'm amenable to whatever you think is best, Director Hurst.
We will be happy to do that as well, but I have the email in front of me that Ms. Shand sent this summary sheet to Ms. April Sig on July 22nd, 2025 at 10:29 a.m. And copied on this is JSig at thelaserloungespa.com and Sydney at thelaserloungespa.com.
I'm sorry, you said July. What was the date again? I'm sorry.
July 22nd, 2025 at 10:29 a.m. And the subject line is RSVP/Institute of Laser Training number 10178, number 1 of 3.
Members, thank you for that information. This is John Paulette.
In fact, I believe that is the very email which would have placed the institution on notice that there was a pending recommendation for a denial. That's presumably why they've retained Mr. Paulette.
To the institutions demonstrate that there's a profit.
I thought you turned all that in.
We did.
Yeah, we will.
Right,
we are looking at a list now. We will have all this to you in 90 days, but I can tell you, or no, less than 90, I'm sorry. But I can tell you, we've already compiled all this, but I don't know where it got lost in the shuffle, but we have all these items. So yes, we will have that for you at the next visit.
Well, we intend on proceeding with the current staff recommendation, which means that would have to be by route of an appeal.
Okay.
And potentially the request for an informal hearing. So, I think that you can discuss that with CIE staff, in more detail, just to understand the process and what that entails as you navigate your next steps. Can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next on the list is Invictus Institute of Barbering, number 13038. Anyone who's here from the institution, please unmute or raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Morning, Commissioners and staff. Once again, we are Otero Consulting Group. I'm Dr. Jose Otero, and we are waiting for the client to also log in.
Morning, this is Ligia Moreno. I'm the Campus and Admissions Director.
Morning. Maybe you can give us a little snapshot of how things have been going.
Yes, sure. We're very excited. This school is a dream come true for us. Our first year of operation, which was 2024. Unfortunately, we could not open the school yet. We're still preparing. We did our grand opening January this year. February, we started recruiting students. We were able to graduate 4 students on June 22nd, and currently we have 10 students enrolled. So we're very excited for this 2025.
And how are things going with your financial improvement plan?
So this year, we are positive on cash flow. We're able to enroll students. And I think you don't have yet the numbers for 2025. So we are on track for this year, 2025. Last year, unfortunately, we could not start operations yet, but we have a positive cash flow and we have working capital for 2025.
Great. Commissioners, any discussion?
Yeah.
All right. Any public comment? All right. Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a great day. Next on the list is Med Spa Institute number 12816. If anyone is on the call from this institute, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Okay. Good morning. This is Rita Cruz, Med Spa Institute.
Good morning. And what's your role?
Director.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
School director.
Oh, school director. Got it. And I see that next on the agenda is also Med Spa Institute. Are you director of both, or are you director of the specific location?
For now, both locations, and next year we're gonna get another person.
Okay. And how have things been going for you?
So far, so good. No complaints.
And have you read the staff recommendations and understand them?
Yes.
Okay, good. Commissioners, any discussion? All right, great. Any public comment?
So I got a quick question. Just so I see here they're going to be offering through non-traditional methods. So does that mean you're going to be offering the program now through online, or you've been offering through online education?
The theory and test, it's an online Milady SEMA digital platform, and then they come to school for hands-on.
Okay. That's what I was going to ask. How do they do the skincare and all that? So it's a hybrid program.
Yeah, of course. Yes, they come to school. From the recommendations, practically, we already submitted everything a few weeks ago. It says submission of financial statement principle. We submitted. It wasn't sufficient, or what? Or it just came after I submitted.
Just to clarify, we get things lagged, and so if what you submitted is sufficient and proper, it will just be a fulfilled contingency, right? But we get things kind of lagged only after a certain cutoff date, and so staff will evaluate that, and if it's fulfilled, it's fulfilled, right? But if not, they will notify you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Is there any public comment? All right, hearing none, can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next on the list is Med Spa Institute as well, and I believe it might be the same person on the line.
Yes.
Number 12817. So welcome back again, and I believe we'll have the same kind of discussion here. Questions for you. So I assume that you read the staff recommendation for this one as well?
Yes, they are identical.
That's right. Any additional questions here?
No, I was just concerned about the Dr. Aviv's personal financials because we submitted, that's all. So I thought maybe you didn't receive, but I understand delay.
Right. Okay. Is there any further discussion? No? Any public comment about this institute? All right, hearing none, can I have recommendation or a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion. Seconded then.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
All right, next is MVMT, Institute of Massage Therapy, number 12854. If anyone's here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Hello, good morning. This is Tabitha Senna. I'm the program and staff advisor for MVMT.
Great. Thank you for being with us.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Is anyone else on the call, or are you the...
Nope. No, I'm the only one. And then just a synopsis of how we're doing. Things are going very well. We started our first class on September 30th, and those students graduated in May. And there were 3 total. 2 of them passed, well, all three students passed the course, but 2 of them have been placed, and they actually work for me at my day spa, which is kind of the purpose of opening the school because the demand is very high. I personally have demand for massage therapists, so it's working out well on the school side, and then also for me as a day spa owner. Currently, we have 7 students that are enrolled. Our placement data for that you guys have there is 0 because we didn't actually start until September of 2024. But we currently have 7 students actively enrolled, 4 in day and 3 in the night class. And for our upcoming class that's starting in September, we have 5 for night and 2 for the day class, with a max of 6 for day and 6 for night. That's our maximum.
Okay. And how's the financial situation? So we got, lagged reporting here. So how is that coming along since you turned this in?
Yes, a big improvement. Since we didn't start until September, we didn't have a lot of income. Even the hands-on the clinics where we get income from that didn't really start kicking off until 2025. So we definitely have a positive cash flow and are hoping that soon we'll be at a point where the individual owners don't also have to provide their income statements.
Okay. Commissioners, any discussion? No. Is there any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So next on the list is FLEB Hub, Institute of Professional Development, number 9134. Is anyone here from the institution? Please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else from the institution.
Yes, hello, this is Esther Baderman. I am the founder of FLEB Hub, and I'm the only one on the call.
Yeah, great, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
So maybe you can give us a sense for how things are doing, a sense for also the current kind of enrollments, graduation rates, financial situation, and if you've read and understood all the staff recommendations.
Sure. So we're a relatively new school. I'm a nurse and a licensed clinical social worker. We believe that teaching people employable skills is the best way out of poverty. That was sort of the mission statement behind the school. We're a hybrid program. Our students take classes, the theory classes online, and we have contracting facilities hospitals, doctors' offices, and labs where students practice their phlebotomy skills. Our enrollment is gradually growing. We started with a very few. We also started with about 60% passage rate of the NHA certification exam. It's currently at 100% passage rate. Our financial statements, we are currently on the positive. It wasn't always the case, but we're gradually growing and improving.
Great. And did you review all the contingencies in the staff recommendation?
I have, and we have responded to all of them. I assume my understanding is that we are allowed to continue our operations. Please let me know if my understanding is incorrect.
Well, I have a little bit of a question with respect to that.
Sure.
They had given a notice with respect to advertising a medical program, and I just went to your website, and I still see medical billing program on your website.
Yes,
So
we are in the process of receiving credentialing from North Carolina for the medical billing program. We thought that it wouldn't be an issue, and if the board thinks that it is, we will remove it. I'm not a website developer. It takes a little bit of time to remove it, and we will comply in the next day or two. It takes a little bit of time to get through somebody who works on our website.
Go ahead. Please go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was going to probably ask the same question, so go ahead, ask.
Yeah, no, well, I was going to ask Director Hurst to clarify for her, the requirements associated with the letter that was shared, as well as the implications for her ongoing activities related to her licensure status.
So the staff recommendation in front of the commissioners, it's right now a granting of the annual license, which shall remain effective through that May 31st, 2026, with the following contingencies being met. In respect to number 6, which is the removal or modifications of all advertisements which suggest the institution is offering unlicensed programs, I do want to point out that I am also on the website right now, and it does have the medical billing program that is being offered for $850. And regardless of what state is giving you any kind of approval to offer this, you can have another state's approval, but until you have this commission's approval to actually offer a program, you cannot advertise it. You cannot put it on your website. That is considered unlicensed activity. And the commission can take disciplinary action against you if you fail to remove it. And just to point out to this institution, this is not the first time that you've been made aware of this problem. You received a notification, a letter of noncompliance from us in April of 2025. So I understand that you were saying that it takes a while to get it off of the websites, but we are now 4 months later. So at this point, with staff recommendation, she has 90 days to pull it down.
Understood. It will be down within the time frame you have indicated.
And to be clear, even when you pull it down, you are not to enroll students in this, advertise this program. This is not just simply a pulling down from your website. You are not to offer this program until you have received approval from this commission.
I understand that, but if the school will gain a credentialing from North Carolina, from an alternative state, should we create an alternative website for that program individually? We're just sort of having hard time operationally. How do we operate this is an online hybrid program, and medical billing is a fully online program.
If you're operating that program from the state of Florida, it needs to be licensed in this state. If you have an alternative location where all your servers are, you're only operating that program out of North Carolina, then a North Carolina license will suffice for it. But if you're operating, if there is a Florida mailing address associated with the operation of that program, even a Florida area code for the phone number of the contact person associated with that program. You must have a license from this commission.
Will the commission suffice with if the office and contact number for that particular program to be in North Carolina?
If you disaggregated, you would need to disaggregate completely the operating entity from the state of Florida. So
Websites don't really work that way, that you can show the website in one state and not show it in a different state. I'm
That's
summarizing it. I for sure want to be compliant with all of your demands. I just want to clarify, internet doesn't work that way. If there's a website, it's going to be available on all United States.
And I did not suggest contrary-wise. So if there is a distinct institution with a North Carolina address, or a North Carolina, or for that matter, a non-Florida address and non-Florida phone number, a distinct institution, not a distinct non-Florida institution that is operating that program, it certainly may, and then that's North Carolina's problem.
So will summarize again, will the commission be okay if we list a North Carolina phone number or North Carolina office for the school, asking students for medical billing to contact that office?
I would recommend that the institution perhaps obtain its own legal counsel, or if not, Chapter 1005 Florida statutes contains a definition of the expression operating in this state. So it's going to be in the definition section, that's section 1005.02 Florida statutes. An institution that is operating in this state cannot offer a program that is not licensed by this agency. So you need to make sure that whatever institution is offering this unlicensed program is not operating it in this state.
None of our students for that particular program are from Florida.
That doesn't matter. This state does not exercise, this commission does not historically exercise long-arm jurisdiction. A Florida student, a person who is physically situated in Florida, can take online classes wherever they want to. But a Florida institution, a Florida operation, cannot operate an unlicensed program.
Okay. We will take down the school. Thank you for your advice.
Yeah, but it's more than just taking down the school. I think that my recommendation is
students for the program.
Well, as the counselor just stated, I think you need to contact legal counsel to discuss what it means to operate a program. So it's not just like if you have physical service, if you're overseeing it and you're in the state, then it could be operating in the state. So there's a lot of nuances to this that I would recommend also for you to speak to legal counsel for, because operating an unlicensed program is a very serious offense. And it's already been, as Director Hurst said, over 2 to 3 months at least since you've gotten notice of this, and this has not been corrected yet.
Okay, we will correct it. We have a separate team in North Carolina, and they will will create a separate website for them, and they will be responsible for the program. I'm separating myself to be in compliance. We're operating a phlebotomy program in the state of Florida only.
Beautiful. And then just as a clarification, just as an additional courtesy, the statute in question is section 1005.02, subsection 14, contains a definition of operating in this state. So you want to make sure that FlebHub is not operating that unlicensed program in this state. And I just want to issue a reminder that operating an unlicensed program is a felony.
As a licensed professional, I sure don't want to be involved in that, and we will comply with all of the demands.
Vice Chair Stefano, I also would just like to remind the commissioners that if they wish to alter that 90-day window to come into compliance, they certainly can.
We will be in a compliance in the next few days. Is there a way to sort of demonstrate that to the commission?
What would be the procedure for that, Mr. Junto?
If you don't mind, Vice Chair Stefano, to the school representative, and I'm sorry I missed your name.
Esther.
How much time do you believe the institution needs to satisfy these, to cure the 6 identified deficiencies?
I believe that we responded to all of them, and the website will be corrected in the next 48 hours.
Okay, so Chair Stefano, I would recommend changing the 90 days of the clerked order to 10 days.
Okay. An additional question related to that clerked order. What is the traditional policy for the Florida Department of Education logo being placed on institution's website? It might suggest an endorsement by FDOE as opposed to a license to operate provisionally. Could you provide some clarification on that?
So, Chair Stefano, there is no one-size-fits-all policy on that, except that a school may not employ the logo of this agency in any way that is misleading. So if a school were to say, you know, we are licensed by, and then have a picture of this commission's logo, that arguably would not be misleading. An institution certainly should not be placing the logo of this agency on its appellations, you know, its degrees, credentials, etc., and certainly should not be placing this this agency's logo on its website or on its other materials without context. Because without context, the kind of a free-floating logo might suggest an affiliation with this agency, which would be misleading.
Right. So I just, if you're going to employ your web developer to make some changes, I recommend that you offer appropriate context to the logo that's in the footer of the website. Maybe, you know, you could state the license status or licensed by, you know, just to properly contextualize the reference.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. Great. So, Mr. Junto, could you perhaps propose the revised contingency for us to consider?
Sure. And Chair Stefano, I beg your pardon. I was having some discussion with your executive director. I kind of missed the immediately preceding conversation on the logo. Could you recapitulate it briefly?
Yeah. So on the footer of the website, there is the FDOE logo without context, and it's just placed at the bottom, which could suggest, without context, you know, an affiliation or an endorsement. And so I just stated that since she will be having the web developer amending the website, I encourage her to put a qualification there or context, such as licensed by or something to that effect, if she's going to retain the FDOE logo.
Okay, so recapitulating the discussion thus far, and after discussing certain deadlines with the executive director, the recommendation, okay, we're going to add a contingency, and that will be the removal. It will be editing the website so as to remove any misleading utilizations of the Department of Education or the Commission for Independent Education's logo. I'm gonna suggest a delegation of authority to the executive director to approve those modifications, to review any use of the logo and to approve the same. And then I'm going to recommend keeping all of the other contingencies as they are, giving the institution 45 days from the date of the issuance of the clerked order to comply with those contingencies, except for contingency number 6, giving the institution 10 days. That is actually for items number 6 and 7, the modifications to the website, to give the institution 10 days. And then 45 days to satisfy all the other contingencies, one of which is successful completion of an on-site visit.
Commissioners, is there any further discussion? Is there any public comment? All right, so do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as just provided?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Find my spot here. Next on the agenda is WCA World Career Academy, number 13037. Is anyone here from the institution? Please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. We're almost at afternoon. Always a pleasure to be here. I'm here with Otero Consulting Group, and I'm here also with the clients from WCA World Career Academy.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Omer Cordero. I'm the owner and director of education.
Hi, my name is Rosanna. I am the owner too, and I'm campus director.
Thank you. So just looking at the staff comments and the documentation supplied, this seems pretty straightforward. And your financial situation seems much better than the previous year. Commissioners, any discussion?
Not in part.
Are there any comments from the institution or Dr. Otero regarding the staff recommendations?
No, thank you. We do understand them.
All right, great. Any public comments? And hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. The last of this section is the write-in, Ivera Health Institute number 12948. If anyone's here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, anyone else from your institution.
Good morning. This is Dr. Rebecca Sarlo, and I'm the campus administrator, and I'm here with Shalina MacArthur, who is our director of education. And also on the line is Ben Gilbert, who is our chief financial officer. We're glad to be here this morning.
Great. Thank you for being here. Maybe you can give us a sense for how things have been going.
Yeah, we've had a great year. We launched our first program on June 24th, 2024 with 15 medical assistant students. And we've grown to 91 active students currently across our 5 programs. And the year has gone really, really well. We have very high outcomes for our students. We currently have a 96% placement rate with our graduates. We just actually, our last graduate was hired yesterday and will start next week. So we will be at 100% at that point. 94% retention rate and 94% certification rate. So even though we've grown quite quickly, we've been able to really maintain high quality and maintain our stellar outcomes for our grads and our students.
Good. And how's your financial improvement plan going?
Great. I'm actually going to pitch that over to our CFO, who can provide a lot more information on that.
Great.
Yes. Hi, good morning. Thank you for your time this morning. You'll notice in our financial plan, there was actual 2025 financial statements included in our plan, and we're doing quite well, much better than anticipated. Our fiscal year ends on May 31st, so there's a timing issue, I believe, in the way that we reported. 2023 included the parent organization of EverHealth. EverHealth has $106 million in assets, $18.9 million in current assets. What you'll see in the 2024 numbers is a standalone organization of the EverHealth Institute. The EverHealth Institute got running, and I believe, Dr. Sawyer, correct me if I'm wrong, we had 7 enrollees or students in May of 2024, right before we closed the books. And therefore, you'll see sort of an awkward looking current ratio and some of the ratios that and working capital and things to that nature. But what you'll see that when we started on June 1st of 2024 through May 31st of 2025, positive cash flow, net income of $350,000 plus dollars. Yeah, we're feeling pretty good about our financial position.
Thank you. Commissioners, any discussion? No. Any public comments? All right, hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. All right, this wraps up that section. There are no institutions in section D, application for extension for annual license. Section E, application for annual renewal. There are 41 in this section. May I have a motion to take this section by consent?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion to take this section by consent passes. Next, I will ask each of you and commission staff if there are any that they would like to pull. Let me start with Director Hurst.
Number 5, 18, and 40.
40, okay. Commissioner Marty?
Same ones. 5, 18, and 40.
Commissioner Litvak?
No additional.
Commissioner Caballero?
No addition.
Commissioner Batista?
No additional.
All right, and I have done additional as well. So is there any public comment on the institutions not pulled? Okay. Hearing none, may I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for institutions 1 through...
Oh,
I'm sorry?
Never
Yes?
mind. A person popped up, but then they went away.
Okay. Well, yeah. You can stop me if they
Wait,
return,
you know
so.
what? I'm sorry. Did we pull 2? We didn't pull 2?
No. Would you like to pull 2?
Give me one more second. Let me just look at one thing on 2.
Sure.
Apologies.
No worries.
Yeah, I want to make sure I got the right school. Yes, can we also pull 2 also, please?
No problem. Pull number 2. All right, so let's see here. Let me write this down. 19 and 20. Okay, so I believe the ones that are not pulled are 1, 6 through 17, 19 to 39, and 41.
And Commissioner, I think you skipped 3 and 4.
Yeah.
3 and 4. Yep, that's right. Okay, 3 to 4. There it is. All right. So 1, 3 to 4, 6 to 17, 19 to 39, and 41. May I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for those institutions?
So move to accept staff recommendation for the institutions named.
Okay. Have a second?
Seconded.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. So now we could turn to the institutions that were pulled. We'll begin with institution number 2 on this list, which is Abundant Life Nursing School, number 6248. If there's anyone from that institution present, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and your role, and anyone else at that institution.
Hello?
Hi, my name is Patricia Allen, and I am the owner of Abundant Life Nursing School. On the line with me is Treva Williams, who is the administrator. She'll be helping you with a lot of your questions.
Hi, I'm Treva Williams, administrator for Abundant Life Nursing School.
Thank you for being here. Commissioner Litvak, would you like to?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I pulled it. So I saw that your pass rate for 2024 was 60% versus the national average of 88.38 for the practical nursing program. I want to understand what you're putting in play. I know part of the order is to submit a plan, but I'd like to hear about your plan. What do you think has caused such a low pass rate, and how do you feel like you're going to correct it within the next year?
We are happy to announce we have started an NCLEX review class. We've also incorporated the HESI NCLEX prep platform that is integrated into the curriculum throughout the entire program. The reason it was so low, we had 5 students test that first year, and 2 of them had test anxiety. But we are working with all of our current students and getting them in to build that good foundation so they'll get in and be able to pass their NCLEX.
Okay. How did you have any testers for the first or second quarter of this year?
We did. We had, well, actually, our last testers were, we had 2 students that test and they passed on their first try. And then the last quarter of 2024, we had 3 students test and they all passed. So we've had a total of 5 students that have now passed their NCLEX, and the rest we are going through the NCLEX prep right now and getting them ready.
And so your pass rate for this year, you're saying is 100% is what you're looking at? Unfortunately, the Board of Nursing hasn't published everything. There's a problem with their website, so I couldn't see it. So what are you at right now? For the year,
I think we're probably close to the 80%. I did have a student that went to test, and he called me and apologized because he didn't study like he was supposed to. But I made him come back in and do the NCLEX prep again. So we're working with him to get him there.
I will also just give you a word of just advice is I understand a lot of people put in play HESI or ATI. Those are not substitute for your instruction that you need to do for your students to be successful. And the exams that they give, they can be easily purchased, very easily purchased. So just a word of warning, I want you to be successful and your students to be successful when they take the NCLEX. I'm not saying not to use those programs, welcome to use them. My college utilizes them, but you have to go in eyes wide open.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Because I know another school I was reading about today had said to us they had put in play one of these third-party testing and assistance with NCLEX preparation courses, and they had very low NCLEX scores because they found out what I just told you was that the exams can be bought. So just be careful of it. So thank you, and I wish you the best of luck.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Is there any further discussion? Is there any public comment? All right, hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for this institution?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next on the list is number 5, Aleve Health Institute, number 2662. If there's anyone here from this institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else from your institution.
There is no one on the line.
All right. So is there any discussion related to this institution? It would have been nice to be able to get some answers to pressing questions.
Oh.
But in the absence of that, it seems to me that the staff recommendation is the most fitting. Commissioners, any discussion? No?
No, I move to accept the staff recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you. The next one pulled is number 18. That is Florida Auctioneer Academy, number 667. Is anyone here from that institute or institution? Please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, your role, and anyone from your organization.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chris Giorgetti, Ferguson, Santorum, Giorgetti Educational Consultants.
Good afternoon.
And I believe Gary's getting on. The director. Gary, are you there? I know he was trying to get in.
Mr. Smith is unmuted on our side, but it appears he is still muted on his.
This is Gary from
There
Florida Auctioneer Academy. I'm the director.
Perfect.
Good. Glad to have you here. Have you reviewed the staff recommendation?
We have.
Okay, maybe you could provide us with some context. I know that there was a previous check that was returned, and hoping you can just help us understand, some context here and what are some of the challenges and plans for the institution.
Gary, you want to take that one? I know that you had sent me the copies of the checks. You would go ahead and comment on that.
Sure. The check in question, it's difficult to tell when the commission is going to deposit a check, and we didn't have the money in that account. I transferred the money over, but it arrived like a day after the check was processed. It got returned, and we assumed that you would just simply resubmit it, and it never came up, and we were never actually notified that it had not been cashed. As soon as I noticed what was going on with it, we pretty much received a citation. On July the 10th, I paid the citation, and also using a money order, I submitted the funds, and they should be with you right now.
I think it's a trailing issue on this one.
Yeah.
I've seen I've physically seen the money orders and the forms that were sent. So I think it would just maybe a trailing issue here, Dr. Sperling.
And commissioners, if I may, it is a trailing issue on that check. The original check was returned for insufficient funds. It appears that on July 29th, 2025, the new updated money order was received by this commission.
Thank you, Executive Director Hurst.
So yeah, that's great. I mean, that means that the payment issue has been resolved. The question I have is just whether this is a administrative kind of thing, or if this is an indication of financial concern. And so maybe you could just speak to how your finances are doing, this year, and that can help alleviate that potential implication.
It was 100% a banking error. I don't keep the funds for the entire school in that one bank account, and transferring it over. I was just a little bit delayed in that.
Okay. And how's your 2025 looking so far?
When we just graduated 15 students, typical class size for us is somewhere between 15 and 25. So far, we're on track quite well, actually, this year. There seems to be more and more interest in online auctions, and several of the states, and we are licensed in several other states also, but several states are beginning to crack down and making sure that people that are doing online auctions are actually licensed auctioneers. And so that's actually given us an influx of students.
Commissioners, any other discussion?
So, Commissioners, what you have in front of you is the current recommendation has that contingency that has now been cured as of July 29th, 2025. So based on the institution's representation of that it was not necessarily a financial issue as much as it was moving money from one bank account to the next to pay for these specific fees, I would like to recommend an updated staff recommendation. The updated staff recommendation would be to grant the annual license, which shall remain active and valid through July 31st, 2026. Order the institution to make timely and sufficient application for renewal of the license by submitting a complete application, materials, and fees, or an extension thereof no later than 120 days prior to their scheduled renewal date, which will be July 31st, 2026.
That's excellent. I was about to ask you if you could provide that for us. Commissioners, may I have a motion to adopt the updated staff recommendation?
Motion? Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Well, congratulations.
And Commissioners, we just want to say thank you, and also we'll make sure that that issue does not occur again in the future. Appreciate you both.
Thank you. So let's see, the next that was pulled is number 40. Scroll down here. It's the Total Beauty Institute, number 4190. If there's anyone here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else from your institution.
I feel like we should tape that for you.
There is no one on the line.
I'll need a little button, right? Just.
It's like one of those desk ones. You could just hit it each time.
That's right. I'm sorry. Did you say there was someone on the line, or?
There is no one on the line.
No.
Oh, there's no one on the line. Okay. Commissioners, any discussion? Dr. Hurst, I believe this is one that staff recommended pulling.
Yes, we were pulling them to discuss the granting the application in part and denying in the application in part if the institution was here.
Great. Okay. The placement, retention, and graduation rates that we have as reported are concerning. Does staff have any indication of any updated kind of or values?
So we would not have any updated data from the 23-24 that will be collected in the fall of this year. So that will be in the next upcoming months.
Right. All right. Well, is there any discussion or public comment? All right. Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope. All right. Motion carries. Thank you. So I believe that concludes this section. Bringing us then to section G, annual review of license by means of accreditation.
There is one additional section that was skipped. It is F,
Oh,
application
there-
for license by means of accreditation.
There it is. Yeah, sorry about that. I was like at the edge of this page here. So let's see here. Section F, application for license by means of accreditation. There's one in this section. We'll take this one individually. ICR Florida Education, number 6286. If there's anyone here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself and your role, and anyone else at your institution.
Good afternoon. This is Christopher DeSalvo with the Keenest Network Consulting Services.
I'm Sebastian Paramo, owner of the school.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. One second here. Get my paperwork in order. All right. Is there any discussion, commissioners? No? Any public comment? All right. It seems like everything is in good order here. So without further ado, may I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
So move.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you for being here. All right. Section G, annual review of license by means of accreditation. There are 19 in this section. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So move.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. Next, I'll ask each of you and staff if there are any that you'd like to pull. I'll start with Director Hurst.
None.
None. Okay. Commissioner Batista.
None.
Okay. Commissioner Marty.
No.
Commissioner Caballero.
None.
Commissioner Litvak.
None.
All right. None as well. Are there any public comments on the 19 schools in this section? Hearing none, can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for the 19 schools in this section?
I move.
Second. First, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So that brings us to section H. There are 9 schools in this section. Do I have a motion to consider this section by consent?
I move.
Motion.
Second. Okay, first and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion to consider this section by consent passes. I'll now ask each of you if there are any that you'd like to pull. I'll begin with Director Hurst. Is there any that staff would like to pull?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Caballero?
None.
None. Commissioner Litvak?
None.
None. Commissioner Batista?
None.
Commissioner Marty?
No.
I have none either. Is there any public comment on the 9 schools in this section? All right. Hearing none, can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for these 9 institutions?
So moved.
First. Second. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Next, we have section I, extension of provisional license for 1 year. We have 3 in this section. Do I have a motion to consider this section by consent?
Motion.
Second.
First. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Motion to take this section by consent passes. I'll now ask each of you if there are any that you would like to pull, and staff as well. Director Hurst?
None.
None. Commissioner Marty?
No.
Commissioner Batista,
None.
Commissioner Caballero,
None.
Commissioner Litvak.
None.
None as well. May I have a motion to, well, is there any public comment on the three institutions in this section? Okay. Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for these three institutions?
Motion.
Second.
First, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. It brings us to section J, motion for extension of license. There are 9 in this section. Is there a motion to consider the applications by consent?
Motion.
So
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion to consider this section by consent passes. Now I ask each of you and staff if there are any that you'd like to pull. Director Hurst?
None.
None. Commissioner Litvak?
None.
None. Commissioner Batista?
None.
Commissioner Caballero?
None.
Commissioner Marty?
no.
I have none as well. Are there any public comments on the 9 institutions in this section? Okay. Hearing none, may I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for these 9 institutions?
So move.
First,
Second.
second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next, we have section K, motion for request for extension of time to comply with contingencies. We have 2 institutions in this section. Is there a motion to consider this section by consent?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion to take this section by consent passes. Next, I'll ask each of you and staff if there are any that you'd like to pull. Director Hurst?
None.
None. Commissioner Marty?
None.
Commissioner Litvak?
None.
Okay. Commissioner Batista?
None.
Commissioner Caballero?
None.
None for me as well. Is there any public comment on the 2 institutions in this section? Okay. Hearing none, may I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for these institutions?
So moved.
Second.
Second. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? All right. The motion carries. And that brings us to section L, substantive change approval. There are 8 in this section. Is there a motion to consider the applications by consent?
Motion.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion to consider this section by consent passes. Now I'll ask each of you and staff if there are any that you would like to pull. Director Hurst.
Numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7.
Commissioner Marty?
No additional?
Commissioner Batista?
No additional.
Commissioner Caballero?
No addition.
Commissioner Litvak?
No additional.
I have none additional as well. Is there any public comment on institutions numbers 5 and 8 from this section? Okay. Hearing none, may I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for institutions number 5 and 8 of this section?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. So we'll turn to considering institution number 1 that was pulled. Scroll down here. Give me a second. The first is Code Box Academy number 9103. Does anyone from that institution on the call, please raise your digital hand, unmute yourself, introduce, provide your name, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Yes, thanks, Commissioner. This is Jeff Calkins. I'm the board chair of Codebox Technologies Corporation, and also with me on the call is our CFO, Nelson Weinstein.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Give me 1 second. Just went through quite a bit there, so I have to scroll down a little bit here. Okay. All right. So Director Hurst, I believe that this is one that staff recommended pulling. Would you like to initiate the discussion?
Sure. So we pulled it due to the finding of a financial soundness issue that resulted in a substantive change approval or a substantive change. And so we wanted to speak to the institution about their December 31st, 2024 financials, which show a negative working capital and a negative net income, and to have them give us a little bit of an explanation and an update on their financials.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Hurst. This again is Jeff Calkins. I'll just give you a few high-level points, if you don't mind. The context is that Codebox Academy is a minority of the company's total financial position. It represents about 1/5 of the total of the company, with the balance being represented by our commercial coding unit, which we call Codebox Solutions. And I will say that the issue that drove our 2024 financial results was the performance of the Coding Solutions unit, not the Codebox Academy. And I'm pleased to tell you that the issue there was revenue shortfall, and that issue has been turned around. Specifically, I'll just give you a few high-level points. The largest client that we have has just signed a contract with us to virtually double their business this year. And we've also engaged several new clients this year. So the revenue picture has turned around as we were working toward in that business unit. And the company does have sufficient liquidity going forward. First of all, we are profitable year to date, and project to be so and cash flow positive for the year 2025 in total. The board of directors also stepped in earlier this year with some significant funding to support liquidity. And also our nonprofit organization, the Codebox Foundation, has secured significant funding for the Academy through the Florida Department of Education's budget appropriation and through some private donors like the Tampa Bay Lightning this year. Between the two, that equates to over $550,000. And then we also have on the commercial coding side of our business, we've got some Canadian government subsidy for employment coming in later this year, about $250,000. We've also, as you might imagine, have input some stringent cost controls to make sure that we do have sufficient liquidity going forward. Another comment I would just like to make for you is that the outlook for the Academy is strong. Our enrollment for the program year we just completed was stronger than the year before. And we've just entered into an agreement with the University of South Florida in which we will offer our licensed full stack development program through their auspices. We expect to have the first cohort start this fall in that regard, and that will bring in more revenue for us. And then finally, I'd just like to say that we've launched the approved AI for Developers curriculum that was approved last year, and we're starting our second cohort for that in June. And our application to be an eligible provider for the Veterans Administration is currently pending with the state approval authority in Bay Pines. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Victor Hurst, are there any other questions that staff has regarding the institution?
We have no additional questions. Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any further discussion? Is there any public comment? Okay, hearing none, may I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
So moved.
Motion.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the support. Have a great day.
Great day. Thank you. Next on the list is Dog Groomer Academy, number 6379. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else from your institution.
Hi,
Hello.
can you hear us? Hi, my name is
Here.
Adamaris Lopez. I am one of the managers, and I'm here with Limaris Sanchez, our director. Hi, good afternoon. Limaris Sanchez, director.
Afternoon. So Dr. Hurst, I believe this is one that staff wish to pull. Would you mind perhaps leading the discussion regarding the financial soundness?
Yes, so this is another one that we are recommending that the commission find that a substantive change has occurred due to the financial soundness of the institution, specifically its negative working capital and its negative net income ending December 31st, 2024. So we would also like for the institution to provide an update on those financials and an explanation of where they currently are.
Absolutely. We have acquired a new building. We bought land and a commercial structure for our new facilities that are being worked on right now. So that is the negative that you are seeing. It is a new acquired building for our business to be moving, hopefully within the next month. It has taken a little bit more time than we had expected. However, we are both paying, or the business is paying for both the current location that we are working on and the current leasing that we are. So that is why you're seeing a financial strain, because we are covering for both properties.
What is the timeline on the full transition?
This month, we are supposed to be moving in.
All right.
For August, I'm sorry. We're still in July. For August, we're supposed to be moving in.
And just for clarification, have you submitted that change in location application to commission staff at this time?
We will be submitting it as soon as we have permits for the other location. We are waiting on some permits from the city. So as soon as that is cleared, that will be submitted.
Thank you. And how far is it away from your current location?
About 8 minutes.
8 minutes. Thank you.
3 miles exactly.
And then I see here
Director Hart, I just had a quick question. If they move, wouldn't that be a substantive change again, or no? Because it's within a certain number of miles.
It would not, because it's within a certain amount of miles. The rules require anything over the 45 miles to constitute as a substantive change. So in this case, because she's below the 45 miles, she just needs to notify us. But there are certain documents that will need her business license, fire inspection, those type of things to process it.
Okay. I just want to make sure if we move them to provisional, they would still be able to operate or move. Thank you.
I see here on the reporting year 23-24, the graduation rate is low. Maybe you could speak to that and share a bit about how things are going since.
When we are looking at the charts, because we ended up deleting a program when the chart was made, it looks to be less because we had, per rules, correct, by the Department of Education, we couldn't enroll people in those programs. So those programs became inactive, even though they were still, of course, up, but we couldn't enroll students. So therefore, those programs kind of went into the zeros because we didn't enroll anybody, because we knew that the change was going to come with us just making it into one program. So we actually did our, like with the reality that of the students that we had and the placement rate. I'm getting it right now so I can speak on accurate numbers. The placement rate was actually, I have the correct math without looking at those two programs. The retention was 93%. The graduation rate was 100%, and the placement was
94%.
94%.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Absolutely.
Is there any further discussion? Are any comments from the public? All right, hearing none, can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So next on the list is institution number 3. That's Fashion Institute of Florida, number 6337. Is anyone here from the Institute? Please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Good afternoon, commissions. My name is Rudiolio Schwartz. I am the CEO and founder of Fashion Institute of Florida in North Miami, and I'm here to answer any question from you.
Great. Dr. Hirsch, I believe this is the one that staff requested pulling. Maybe you can lead the discussion related to their financial soundness and situation.
Yes, so this is an institution that we are recommending finding a substantive change has occurred due to a financial soundness issue, specifically their negative working capital and their negative net income from their December 31st, 2024 review. So if the institution could speak to their current financials and their financial improvement plan, we would appreciate it.
Yes, of course. So as I say on the letter that I submit with my application, in 2024, we did a significant change by focusing or tying classroom space and energy into our fashion and apparel design program, by also adding a lot more cloth hours just to prepare the graduated student to enter the world and the fashion industry with the skill needed. So we did almost double the hours regardless. We at this time, because we don't take financial aid, we did not double the price for the tuition. So that's the first thing. But most important also is that we introduce a payment plan where the student are able to pay the whole tuition within 2 years or even 3 years, working in partnership with an institution that work with a school like us that doesn't offer financial aid. But I have the numbers again, and then already in the first quarter of this year, we already see a several improve in the number from the fashion apparel design program. That's where we want to focus again, the short fashion courses. And we just finished the second quarter of 2025 with a positive working capital of $6,456. I had those numbers from my accountant, and I review everything, and is we're getting a lot more enrollment for the fashion apparel design program, which is, again, this is what we want to focus more on energy, classroom, and resources, and getting away from the short fashion courses a little bit more.
Thank you. Commissioners, any further discussion? All right, hearing none, are there any comments from the public? All right. May I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for this institution?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you for being with us and for the explanation.
Thank you, guys. Have a wonderful day.
You too. Next on the list is Flavia Leal, Beauty School, 7929. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else from the institution.
Hi, I'm Paula Fallon, and I'm Director of Education for our campus in Orlando, and here to answer any questions that you have.
Great. Dr. Hurst, I believe this is also one that staff recommended pulling because of the substance change due to financial soundness?
It is. So we also have questions related to the financial soundness due to the negative working capital and the negative net income from the review of the December 31st, 2024. It is showing negative working capital and negative net income for the second consecutive year. So if the institution could provide us some information with how they're doing now, are they making progress? We would appreciate an explanation.
Absolutely. We are definitely making progress. We began our progress with analyzing that 2024, obviously, and we made several cuts in expenses. We had cut salary expenses up to 50%, as well as some administrative expenses that would not affect the effectiveness of the education that we were providing, but to reduce the operating expenses to get them more in line with our student population at that point. I have reviewed our updated profit and loss through June, and we are on track with that particular cut. So, but we also have to increase revenue. So our plan is, again, to increase current enrollment. We have recently applied to SEVP to add an additional campus, our Orlando campus, which will substantially improve the enrollment. Our Massachusetts campuses are already certified by SEVP. So to enroll the overseas students, I believe the process will go very quickly. We should have that within the next month or so. Now, the other way of increasing financial, Flavia is negotiating now with a financial investor who is extremely interested in purchasing membership shares in Academy Essence LLC that runs, that is the primary holder of our school. And so again, that funding for our school will have reached, our projection this year for enrollment as well. So our enrollment between the increase in this being involved with the overseas students, plus the cuts in the finances, plus the influx of additional funds from our investor, we are very on track. And I also checked our enrollment as well. And let me just get those numbers for the enrollment. That we have today. So our forecast on our improvement plan, we're on track with that in the facial specialist area. Our projections of 42 at this point, based on what we've done in the last 6 months. Again, 16 enrollment for nail specialist. We're a little bit lower in that than anticipated. Of the 16 projected, we're at 6, but that's been offset by the barber program that we didn't forecast any students for or any Cosmo students for. So Cosmo is up 3 and barber is up 2. So I believe that still brings us to about 52 enrollment current on track without the SEVA students. So with the overseas students, that would be another 11, which brings us to our projected estimate of 63, which will make us profitable, especially with the cuts. So that is our plan. And if there's any other questions, by the way, our placement rate is very high. It's up to 82. Our retention rate is 100, and our grad rate's 100. So I just wanted to talk about those numbers as well.
And just a quick question about the overseas students that you've mentioned. Those students will be coming to your campus to take these courses? Is that correct?
Our campus will be approved for us to issue I-20s for the Orlando campus. We already are approved and have been for several years in our Massachusetts school in Woburn.
Okay, so there will be no online component of this. This will be in person.
No. It's issuing visas to be able to come to a student visa to come to our school to be able to study.
Thank you for the clarification.
Dr. Hurst, I know that in the explanation there was a mention of the plan to have an additional, I think, campus it was, as part of the plan to have more students in order to kind of bolster the revenue production. But it seems that what are the implications of that with the finding of a substantive change due to financial soundness and the maintenance of provisional license?
So since this is a non-degree institution, non-degree institutions have to, each of their campuses are separately licensed. So if she was to apply, which I don't believe I have an application on file at this point for another institution or campus.
Excuse me, no, we have no plan for an additional campus.
Okay.
I didn't mislead you. No, this is for the influx of our campus in Orlando now, not an addition.
I see. Okay. Yeah, I was just asking for clarification.
I wanted to clarify that.
I wasn't right. It wasn't clear. Thank you.
No, we're building only on at this point. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is there any further discussion? All right. Hearing none, is there any public comment? All right. May I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. Thank you for your time and explanation.
Oh, thank you, commissioners. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Next on the list is Naples Nursing Academy, number 5522. Does anyone here from this institution? Please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Hello.
Hello?
Did you hear?
Can hear you.
Hello.
We're here.
Can hear you.
Hi.
No.
No one hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right,
My
great.
name is Jen Lois, and I'm the Honor Director of Naples Nursing Academy. Glad to be here today with you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Milan Celot, and I'm an accreditation liaison and also a staff on hand.
Is that everyone on the call?
Yes, my name is Lancelot Semelian. I'm the accreditation liaison and the staff to the school, the administrative staff.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it. Director Hurst, I believe you also called this one, and so maybe you can lead the discussion regarding the current contingencies and findings.
So this institution, we are recommending that the commission find that a substantive change has occurred due to the institution's practical nursing diploma program being placed on probation by the Florida Board of Nursing. The institution's rates are on page 4 of your summary sheets, and I will read them out loud. The 2023 pass rate was 46.15% with 13 testers. The 2024 total pass rate appears to be 36%, and the 2025 quarter one is being reported at 28.57%. So for the institution, we have questions related to, is there a plan to keep this program? Is this a program that the institution is going to be terminating? If you could give us some additional insight into this poor performing program, we'd appreciate it.
Well, the institution tried to keep the program. So when I went to see the board February, a couple months ago, and I told them I put this program right now before the student graduate. We have a 2 weeks NCLEX review with them, and I put them on a HESU programs for the 3 months before they qualify to take the NCLEX exam. And the other thing I did, so I increased the rate for $950 instead of $900, because the student, I don't know, somehow they know how to maybe buy the exams online. So they always have good grades when they take the exit. And when it's time for them to take the exam, and they just flunk the exam at all time. So right now the school tried to get better to see what if student is qualified. We're gonna try to rate the student when they start fundamental all the way to the end of the class to see if the student qualified to take the board. That's what I'm doing right now.
Have you had any indications of the solutions that you've been trying to implement, changing the prospect?
Yeah, we just had just a couple months. This month we have 2 students who take the board. They both passed. So we implemented. It look like it's working. So we're gonna see if we're gonna make it better for 2026 or the end of 2025, going to 2026.
Commissioners, any further discussion? Okay. Well, we look forward to keeping an eye on this and hoping that this either improves or that the appropriate courses of action will be taken to protect students. Are there any public comments? All right, hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
Second. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, bye-bye.
The last on the list is Pristine Beauty Academy, number 11465. Does anyone here for the institution? Please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, your role, anyone else on the call?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Pleasure to be here. Tamara Petrushkova, Director of Pristine Beauty Academy.
And I'm Inga Lozda, the Director of Admissions.
Thank you for being here. Dr. Hurst, would you like to lead the discussion regarding financial soundness?
Yes, so this is also a commission staff recommendation to find that a substantive change has occurred to the financial soundness of this institution. This is due to their review ending December 31st, 2024, which shows negative working capital and negative net income. So if the institution could provide us an explanation of their updated financials, where they are currently in their progress in getting back into the green.
Absolutely. The negative working capital reflected in our 2024 statement was the result of temporary intercompany loan from Pristine Spa. Pristine Spa, we own also 3 spa locations, and this loan was used to fund leasehold improvements. We moved to a bigger space, larger and significantly upgraded location with the excellent parking space. And this investment was made to enhance the student learning environment and support long-term institutional growth. So we have sent the letter by our CPA to Florida Department of Education and explaining that this amount, if needs to be, can be reclassified as to equity or personally guaranteed by ownership as needed. And then the balance could be either reclassified as equity or even written off, which would immediately resolve the working capital deficit. But the reason it happened is because we have moved to a newer location, bigger location. We did our construction. And regarding the negative net income, this largely due to non-cash expenses, primarily depreciation of our equipment and capital improvements, and lease expense recognition under SC 842, which requires long-term lease to be expensed in a way that front-load cost in the earlier years. So these accounting treatments impact our financials on a paper, but do not reflect our actual cash flow issues. Our operation cash position remains stable. We actually proud to share that our enrollment is growing, and 2025 has been already started as a strong year. For the Academy, we're seeing increase in interest in our programs, and we are confident it will continue to be that way.
Thank you. Commissioners, any discussion? No? Is there any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None? Okay, motion carries. Thank you for your time and explanation.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think that wraps up that section. Section M, there are no items in this section. Section N on the agenda is name change applications. There are no items in this section. There are also no items in the agent training program section, which brings us to sections 14 to 17, program terminations, approved application letters, licenses sent, and closed school reports. May I have a motion to accept the reports for these sections by consent?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion to accept reports is adopted. And so this brings us to the close of today's meeting. Are there any comments from the commissioners?
I'll just make one comment. Just want to thank everyone for welcoming me and look forward to working with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. You know, it's you were a great contribution to the commission this meeting. So thank you so much for bringing your expertise and experience and sharing that with us all and using that to hold quality standards higher for institutions and students alike. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, and as always, I just want to give tremendous thanks to the staff. The work they do is incredible. It is just an immense amount of labor, and it's very tedious. And they just do such a phenomenal job. I just really want to extend my appreciation.
Totally agree. Thank you.
Agree.
All right. So I'd like to thank you all for joining us today. Our next meeting is scheduled for September 25 to 26, 2025. I look forward to seeing everybody there. With no further business to come before the commission, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Good day.